Hey there, folks. What's up? Welcome to my channel. Before you doze off watching this video, do me a quick favor. Hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any new content. It's super quick and painless, I promise. While you're at it, smash that like button. Just one click and you'll make my day a whole lot brighter. And to top it off, drop a comment below telling me what you think. It can be anything, even just a ZZZ if you're already nodding off. Now you can relax and enjoy the video. If you fall asleep, no worries, at least you've done your part. Thanks a bunch, and sweet dreams. I mean, enjoy the video. Sarah's bare feet sank into the cool, damp sand as she walked along the shoreline. The rhythmic crash of waves against the beach had always soothed her, but lately, even this daily ritual failed to quiet the loneliness that gnawed at her heart. She paused, bending down to examine a peculiar shell, when something glinted in the early morning sunlight. A few feet away, half buried in the sand, was a green glass bottle. Sarah's curiosity piqued. "Well, what do we have here?" she murmured to herself, kneeling to brush away the sand. As she lifted the bottle, she noticed a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Her heart quickened. Could it be a real message in a bottle? Sarah glanced up and down the beach. It was deserted, as usual at this early hour. She felt like a child who had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, a secret meant just for her. With trembling hands, she attempted to remove the cork, but years of salt water had sealed it tight. "Come on, you stubborn thing," she grunted, twisting harder. Suddenly, the cork gave way with a satisfying pop. Sarah nearly dropped the bottle in surprise. She tipped it over, and the rolled paper slid out onto her palm. For a moment, she simply stared at it, savoring the anticipation. Then, carefully, she unrolled the damp paper. The handwriting was slightly smudged but still legible. It was written in purple ink, the letters large and slightly wobbly, as if penned by a child. Sarah began to read aloud. "Dear whoever finds this. My name is Lily, and I've lost my best friend in the whole world. His name is Max, and he's a golden retriever. He's been missing for 3 days now, and I'm really scared. If you find him, please call the number below. He likes to chase seagulls and dig holes in the sand. He has a red collar with a silver tag. Please help me find Max. I miss him so much. Thank you. Lily." Sarah's heart clenched as she read the last line. She could almost hear the desperation in the young girl's words. Looking at the phone number, she realized with a start that it had a local area code. "This can't be too old," she mused, pulling out her phone to check the number. To her surprise, it started ringing. After several rings, a gruff male voice answered, "Hello?" Sarah hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. Hi. I'm sorry to bother you, but I found a bottle on the beach with a message inside. It's about a lost dog named Max. I was hoping to speak with Lily." There was a long pause on the other end. Then, the man's voice softened. "I'm sorry, Miss Lily. Lily was my daughter. She passed away 5 years ago." Sarah felt as if the ground had dropped out from beneath her. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dash." No, the man interrupted. It's all right. Lily loved that dog more than anything. When he went missing, it broke her heart. We never found him." Sarah's mind raced. 5 years? But the message seemed so fresh, so urgent. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, when did you lose Max?" "Must have been about 6 years ago now," he replied, his voice heavy with old grief. "A few months before we lost Lily." Sarah looked down at the bottle in her hand, confusion swirling in her mind. How was this possible? The paper didn't look that old. And why would it wash up now, after all this time? "Thank you for calling," the man continued, pulling Sarah from her thoughts. "It's nice to know that Lily's message is still out there. That someone cared enough to reach out." As Sarah ended the call, she stared out at the vast ocean before her. What had seemed like a simple, if exciting, discovery had turned into something far more complex and mysterious. She clutched the bottle to her chest, feeling a connection to this unknown girl and her lost dog. In that moment, Sarah made a decision. She might not be able to bring Max back to Lily, but perhaps she could honor their memory somehow. With renewed purpose, Sarah turned and began walking back up the beach, her mind already formulating a plan. She didn't know it yet, but this bottle and its bittersweet message were about to change not only her life but the entire community's as well. The lonely beachcomber had found more than just a message in a bottle. She had found a mission, a mystery, and the first thread of a story that would weave its way through the fabric of the town, connecting past and present in ways she could never have imagined. Sarah's hands trembled as she unrolled the damp paper, her heart racing with anticipation. The message, written in purple ink with large, wobbly letters, spoke volumes about its young author. "Dear whoever finds this, my name is Lily, and I've lost my best friend in the whole world. His name is Max, and he's a golden retriever. He's been missing for 3 days now, and I'm really scared. If you find him, please call the number below. He likes to chase seagulls and dig holes in the sand. He has a red collar with a silver tag. Please help me find Max. I miss him so much. Thank you. Lily." Sarah read the note twice more, her eyes welling with tears. The raw emotion in Lily's words was palpable, tugging at her heartstrings. She could almost hear the girl's voice, trembling with worry and hope. "Oh, Lily," Sarah whispered, clutching the paper to her chest. "We'll find Max. I promise." As she walked home, Sarah's mind raced with possibilities. How long ago was this message sent? Was Max still missing? She pulled out her phone, deciding to call the number listed on the note. After several rings, a gruff male voice answered, "Hello?" Sarah hesitated, suddenly nervous. "Hi, is this Lily's family?" There was a pause before the man responded, his voice cautious. "Who's asking?" "My name is Sarah. I found a message in a bottle on the beach from Lily about her lost dog, Max. I was hoping to help." Another pause, longer this time. When the man spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. I'm Lily's father, John. We lost Max almost a week ago now. Lily's been devastated." Sarah's heart leapt. The bottle was recent. "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help? I'd love to join the search." John sighed heavily. "That's kind of you, but we've looked everywhere. Put up flyers, searched the neighborhoods. No one's seen him." "Don't give up hope," Sarah urged. "I know this community. If we all come together, I bet we can find Max. Can I meet you and Lily? Maybe we can brainstorm some ideas." There was a moment of silence, then John replied, "I suppose it couldn't hurt. Lily could use some cheering up. We're at 1542 Maple Street. Can you come over now?" Sarah agreed enthusiastically and hung up, her steps quickening as she headed towards Maple Street. When she arrived, she found a modest 2-story house with a well-tended garden. As she approached the front door, it swung open, revealing a tall man with kind eyes and worry lines etched deep into his face. "You must be Sarah," he said, extending his hand. "I'm John. Come on in." Sarah followed him into a cozy living room where a small girl sat curled up on the couch, clutching a worn stuffed animal. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying. "Lily," John said gently, "this is Sarah. She found your message in a bottle and wants to help find Max." Lily looked up, her eyes widening with a glimmer of hope. "Really? You'll help us find Max?" Sarah knelt down in front of Lily, her heart breaking at the girl's obvious distress. "Of course, sweetheart. Can you tell me more about Max? When did you last see him?" As Lily began to recount the details of Max's disappearance, Sarah listened intently, jotting down notes. The more she heard, the more determined she became to reunite this little girl with her beloved pet. He got scared by some fireworks, Lily explained, her voice quivering. He ran away so fast, and we couldn't catch him. We've looked everywhere, but... Her lower lip trembled, and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Sarah reached out and gently squeezed Lily's hand. Hey, it's okay. We're not giving up. In fact, I have an idea. What if we got the whole town involved in the search? John looked skeptical. The whole town? How would we do that? Sarah's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Social media, local news, community boards. We'll spread the word far and wide. This town has a big heart, I know it. Once people hear Lily's story, they'll want to help. For the first time since Sarah arrived, a small smile tugged at Lily's lips. Do you really think people will help us find Max? Sarah nodded confidently. I do. And you know what? We're going to start right now. Can I take a picture of you to share with your story? As Lily nodded eagerly, Sarah couldn't help but feel a surge of determination. The message in the bottle had led her here for a reason, and she was going to see this through. Little did she know, her actions were about to set in motion a chain of events that would not only change Lily's life, but the entire community's as well. Sarah's fingers flew across her phone screen as she crafted a heartfelt post about Lily and Max. She had just left the young girl's house, her mind buzzing with ideas on how to mobilize the community. As she hit post on her social media accounts, she whispered a silent prayer that this would work. Within minutes, her phone began to buzz with notifications. Comments, shares, and messages started pouring in. Sarah's eyes widened in surprise at the rapid response. This is incredible, she murmured, scrolling through the flood of supportive messages. Just then, her phone rang. It was John, Lily's father. Sarah, his voice crackled through the speaker. What's happening? Lily's teacher just called to say she saw our story online and wants to help. How did you do this so quickly? Sarah couldn't help but smile. It's not me, John. It's the power of community. People want to help, they just need to know how. As the day progressed, the story of Max's disappearance spread like wildfire through the town's digital grapevine. Local Facebook groups were abuzz with activity, Twitter was trending with #FindMax, and Instagram was flooded with people sharing Lily's story and Max's picture. By evening, Sarah's phone was ringing non-stop. She decided to set up a command center at the local coffee shop, The Daily Grind, to coordinate efforts. As she walked in, the owner, Mike, waved her over. Sarah, I saw your post about Max. What can we do to help? He asked eagerly. Sarah's eyes lit up. Mike, you're a lifesaver. Can we use the back room to set up a base of operations? Of course. Anything you need. I'll even provide free coffee for the volunteers, Mike replied with a warm smile. Within an hour, the coffee shop was bustling with activity. Volunteers streamed in, eager to help. Sarah stood on a chair, addressing the growing crowd. Thank you all for coming, she began, her voice filled with gratitude. I know we're all strangers here, but we're united by a common goal to bring Max home to Lily. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. We need to organize search parties, create and distribute flyers, and keep the social media momentum going. Who's with me? Sarah asked, her enthusiasm infectious. A chorus of I am filled the room, and people began dividing into teams, each taking on different tasks. As Sarah coordinated the efforts, she noticed a quiet woman in the corner, intently studying a map of the town. Curious, Sarah approached her. Hi there, I'm Sarah. What's your name? The woman looked up, her eyes sharp and focused. I'm Linda. I used to work in search and rescue. I think I might have some ideas on where to look for Max. Sarah's eyes widened. That's amazing. Please, tell me more. As Linda explained her theories, based on dog behavior and the local terrain, Sarah felt a surge of hope. This was exactly the kind of expertise they needed. Just then, John and Lily walked into the coffee shop. Lily's eyes grew round as saucers as she took in the scene, dozens of people, all there to help find her dog. "Sarah!" Lily cried, running over to hug her. "Is this all for Max?" Sarah knelt down to Lily's level. "It sure is, sweetheart. All these people are here because they want to help find Max and bring him home to you." Lily's lower lip trembled, but this time with emotion rather than sadness. I can't believe it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone." The room fell silent for a moment, touched by Lily's words. Then, as if on cue, everyone burst into applause, their determination renewed. As the night wore on, the energy in the room remained high. People who had never met before were working together seamlessly, united by their desire to help a little girl and her lost dog. Sarah stood back, watching it all unfold with a sense of awe. She had hoped the community would respond, but this was beyond her wildest dreams. A local reporter who had caught wind of the story approached Sarah. "This is incredible," she said, gesturing to the bustling room. "How did you manage to bring all these people together?" Sarah shook her head, smiling. "I didn't do anything special. I just shared Lily's story. The community did the rest. It's amazing what people can accomplish when they come together for a common cause." As she spoke those words, Sarah realized just how true they were. What had started as a simple message in a bottle had blossomed into something much larger, a testament to the power of community, compassion, and hope. Little did Sarah know, this was just the beginning. The search for Max was about to take some unexpected turns, leading them all on a journey that would change their lives and their town forever. The next morning, Sarah awoke to the insistent buzzing of her phone. Bleary-eyed, she fumbled for it, nearly dropping it in surprise when she saw the caller ID. "Hello," she answered, her voice still thick with sleep. "Sarah? It's Melissa Chin from Channel 5 News. We've caught wind of your community search effort for Max the Golden Retriever. We'd love to feature this story on our evening broadcast. Could we set up an interview with you and Lily's family?" Sarah sat up straight, suddenly wide awake. "Channel 5 News? Wow, yes, of course. Let me just check with Lily's family first." After a flurry of calls and texts, everything was arranged. By noon, Sarah found herself standing outside Lily's house, surrounded by a small news crew setting up their equipment. John emerged from the house, Lily clinging shyly to his leg. "Are you sure about this, Sarah?" he asked, eyeing the cameras nervously. Sarah nodded reassuringly. "Absolutely. The more people who hear about Max, the better our chances of finding him." Melissa Chin, the reporter, approached them with a warm smile. "Thank you all for agreeing to this interview. We'll start in 5 minutes. Just be yourselves and tell your story." As the camera began rolling, Melissa turned to face it. "Good evening, Channel 5 viewers. I'm here with a heartwarming story of community spirit. Young Lily here lost her beloved dog, Max, nearly a week ago. But thanks to a message in a bottle and one woman's determination, the entire town has rallied to help find him." She turned to Sarah. "Sarah, tell us how this all started." Sarah recounted finding the bottle, reading Lily's message, and deciding to help. As she spoke, she could see the camera operator zooming in on Lily, who was clutching a photo of Max. "And Lily," Melissa said gently, "can you tell us about Max? What makes him so special?" Lily looked up at her father, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak, her voice small but clear. "Max is my best friend. He always knows when I'm sad and comes to cheer me up. He loves to play fetch and chase butterflies in the backyard. I miss him so much." There wasn't a dry eye among the crew as Lily finished speaking. Melissa quickly wiped away a tear before continuing. "John, what has this community response meant to your family?" John cleared his throat, clearly emotional. "It's been overwhelming, in the best possible way. We felt so alone and hopeless when Max first went missing. But now, seeing all these strangers come together to help us, it's restored our faith in humanity." As the interview wrapped up, Melissa turned back to the camera. If you're watching this and have any information about Max, please contact the number on your screen. Let's help bring this beloved pet home to Lily. After the news crew packed up and left, Sarah, John, and Lily stood in the driveway, still a bit dazed by the experience. Do you really think this will help? Lily asked, hope and worry warring in her voice. Sarah knelt down beside her. I really do, sweetie. Now, instead of just our town knowing about Max, people all over the county will be looking for him. Just then, Sarah's phone pinged with a notification. She glanced at it and gasped. Look at this. Someone's already shared a clip of our interview, and it's going viral. John peered over her shoulder, his eyes widening. That's incredible. It's been shared thousands of times already. As they marveled at the rapidly spreading news, a car slowed down in front of the house. The window rolled down, and an elderly woman called out, "Are you the family looking for the lost dog? I saw you on Facebook. I'll keep an eye out in my neighborhood." Thank you. Lily called back, waving as the car drove away. Sarah couldn't help but grin. See? It's working already. Throughout the rest of the day, the effects of the news coverage became increasingly apparent. Sarah's phone was flooded with messages from people all over the county offering to help. Local businesses reached out, offering to post flyers and spread the word to their customers. By evening, when the story aired on the Channel 5 News, it seemed the entire town was on high alert for any sign of Max. The station's social media pages were inundated with comments from viewers touched by Lily's story and eager to help. As Sarah sat watching the broadcast in her living room, she felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. The story had taken on a life of its own, growing far beyond what she had initially imagined. She couldn't help but wonder what tomorrow would bring. Just as the news segment ended, her phone rang. It was John. "Sarah," he said, his voice tight with emotion, "you won't believe this. We just got a call from someone 2 towns over. They think they might have seen Max." Sarah's heart leapt. Could this be the break they were hoping for? As she grabbed her keys and headed for the door, she realized that their small community search had transformed into something much bigger. The power of media had amplified their efforts, casting a wider net than they ever thought possible. Little did they know, this was just the beginning of a journey that would not only change their lives but also reshape their entire community. The sun had barely peeked over the horizon when Sarah's phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was John, his voice a mix of excitement and exhaustion. "Sarah, you won't believe this. People have been calling all night with potential sightings of Max. We need to organize search parties, and fast." Sarah was already throwing on clothes as she replied, "I'm on it. Meet me at the Daily Grind in 30 minutes. We'll coordinate from there." By the time Sarah arrived at the coffee shop, a crowd had already gathered. The air buzzed with anticipation as volunteers clutched steaming cups of coffee, eager to begin the search. Mike, the shop owner, waved Sarah over. "I've set up maps on the back wall. Thought it might help organize the search areas." "Perfect, Mike." "Thank you," Sarah said gratefully, making her way to the impromptu command center. As she began dividing the map into sections, a tall woman with silver hair approached. "Excuse me, I'm Dr. Elena Martinez. I'm a veterinarian, and I'd like to offer my services. If Max is found, he may need immediate care." Sarah's eyes lit up. "Dr. Martinez, that's incredibly kind of you. Could you also give the search party some advice on how to approach a potentially scared or injured dog?" The vet nodded, "Absolutely. I'll prepare a quick briefing." Just then, John burst through the door with Lily in tow. The little girl's eyes were wide with hope as she took in the scene. "Wow," Lily breathed, "all these people are here to help find Max?" Sarah knelt down to Lily's level. "That's right, sweetheart. And we're going to do everything we can to bring him home." As the room filled with more volunteers, Sarah climbed onto a chair to address the crowd. "Thank you all for coming. We've divided the town and surrounding areas into search zones. Each team will take a zone and thoroughly comb through it. Remember, Max is likely scared and may not respond to calls. Dr. Martinez will give you some tips on how to approach him safely. After the briefing, the team set out, armed with leashes, treats, and flyers bearing Max's photo. Sarah found herself paired with a young man named Alex, a local college student. As they trudged through a wooded area on the outskirts of town, Alex asked, "So, what made you take on this search? Did you know Lily before?" Sarah shook her head. "No, I just found her message in a bottle on the beach. I couldn't ignore it." Alex whistled low. "That's pretty amazing. You've brought the whole town together for a girl and dog you didn't even know." His words made Sarah pause. She hadn't really thought about it that way before. Their conversation was interrupted by a crackle from the walkie-talkie. "Team 3 here. We've found some paw prints that could be Max's near the old Johnson farm. Requesting backup to widen the search." Sarah's heart raced as she responded, "Copy that, Team 3. We're on our way." As they changed direction, Sarah's phone pinged with messages from other search parties. One team had spoken to a farmer who thought he'd seen a golden retriever in his fields yesterday. Another had found a tuft of fur that could belong to Max. Hours passed as they followed lead after lead. The summer sun beat down mercilessly, but the searchers pressed on, their determination unwavering. As afternoon faded into evening, Sarah's walkie-talkie crackled to life once more. "All teams, return to base. It's getting dark. We'll regroup and continue tomorrow." The disappointment was palpable as the tired volunteers filed back into the daily grind. Lily sat at a table, her small shoulders slumped. Sarah approached her, heart heavy. "Lily, I'm so sorry we couldn't find Max today. But we're not giving up, I promise." Lily looked up, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I know. Thank you for trying so hard." As Sarah hugged the little girl, she caught John's eye. He mouthed a silent thank you over Lily's head. Addressing the room, Sarah said, "Everyone, thank you for your incredible effort today. We may not have found Max yet, but we've covered so much ground. Tomorrow, we'll..." She was interrupted by the jingling of the shop's bell as the door burst open. A breathless teenager stood there, eyes wide. "I think I just saw Max. There's a golden retriever limping along the creek behind my house. I tried to catch him, but he ran off into the woods." The room erupted in a flurry of activity. Flashlights were grabbed, teams reassembled. As they rushed out into the twilight, Sarah felt a renewed surge of hope. This search had become more than just looking for a lost dog. It had become a testament to the power of community, to the kindness of strangers, and to the unbreakable bond between a girl and her best friend. As she jogged towards the creek, Sarah silently vowed not to rest until Max was found. Little did she know, the night ahead would bring challenges and revelations that would change everything. The sun had barely risen when Sarah's phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was John, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and caution. "Sarah, we've had another sighting. A jogger swears he saw a golden retriever matching Max's description near the old lighthouse. Can you meet us there?" Sarah was already pulling on her shoes. "I'm on my way. Have you told Lily yet?" There was a pause before John replied, "No, not yet. I don't want to get her hopes up again. These sightings, they've been leading nowhere." "I understand," Sarah said softly. "Let's check it out first." Within 30 minutes, a small group had gathered at the base of the lighthouse. The structure stood tall against the morning sky, its white paint peeling and weathered by years of salty air. As Sarah approached, she noticed a tall, lanky man gesticulating wildly to John and a few other searchers. This must be the jogger who reported the sighting. "I'm telling you, it was right here," the man insisted, pointing to a patch of overgrown grass. "Golden retriever, red collar. It looked scared and ran off when it saw me." John noticed Sarah and waved her over. "Sarah, this is Tom. He thinks he saw Max this morning." Sarah extended her hand, Thanks for reporting this, Tom. Can you tell me exactly what you saw? As Tom recounted his story, Sarah couldn't help but feel a mix of hope and skepticism. They'd had so many false alarms over the past few days, each one chipping away at their optimism. All right, let's spread out and search the area, Sarah announced to the group. Remember, Max might be scared, so approach slowly if you see him. The group dispersed, calling Max's name softly and rustling treat bags. Sarah found herself searching near the base of the lighthouse, her eyes scanning the tall grass for any sign of movement. Suddenly, a flash of gold caught her eye. Her heart leaped into her throat. Max, she called softly, slowly approaching the spot. As she drew closer, her hope turned to disappointment. It wasn't Max, but a discarded golden mylar balloon tangled in the grass. False alarm, she called out to the others, trying to keep the frustration out of her voice. As the morning wore on, more potential sightings trickled in. A golden blur seen darting across a backyard 2 blocks away. A dog barked that sounded just like Max coming from an abandoned building. Each lead was pursued with diminishing enthusiasm. By midday, the search party regrouped at the lighthouse, their faces etched with disappointment. I don't understand, Tom said, shaking his head. I was so sure it was him. John placed a comforting hand on Tom's shoulder. We appreciate you reporting it. Every lead helps, even if it doesn't pan out. As they were about to call it a day, an elderly woman approached the group, her eyes wide with excitement. Are you the folks looking for that lost dog? She asked, slightly out of breath. Sarah stepped forward. Yes, we are. Have you seen him? The woman nodded vigorously. I believe so. Just about an hour ago, I saw a golden retriever running along the beach. It had a red collar, just like in the pictures. The group exchanged glances, a spark of hope reigniting. Sarah took a deep breath before asking, Can you show us exactly where you saw him? As they followed the woman down to the beach, Sarah couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. How many times had they chased these ghostly sightings of Max, only to come up empty-handed? The woman pointed to a stretch of sand near some rocks. It was right there. The poor thing looked so tired. John knelt down, examining the sand. There are some paw prints here, he said, his voice tight with emotion. They could be Max's. Sarah joined him, her heart racing. The prints did look about the right size for a golden retriever. But as she followed their path with her eyes, she noticed something odd. John, she said slowly, look at this. The prints just stop. Right at the water's edge. The group fell silent as the implication sank in. If these were indeed Max's prints, where had he gone? As they stood there, the waves lapping at their feet, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something. These sightings, these near misses, they felt like pieces of a puzzle that just wouldn't fit together. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong, she mused aloud. What if these sightings aren't just random? What if they're trying to tell us something? John looked at her, a mix of hope and skepticism in his eyes. What do you mean? Sarah's mind raced as she tried to articulate her thoughts. I don't know exactly. But think about it, the lighthouse, the beach, the abandoned building. They're all places that are, well, kind of forgotten or overlooked. What if Max is trying to lead us somewhere? As the group pondered this new perspective, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the verge of a breakthrough. These mysterious sightings weren't just false hopes, they were clues. And if they could just figure out how to read them, they might finally solve the puzzle of Max's disappearance. Little did they know, this new approach would lead them down a path they never expected, uncovering secrets that had been buried in their town for years. As the search for Max stretched into its second week, Sarah found herself walking along the beach, retracing her steps to where she'd first found the bottle containing Lily's message. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, but Sarah barely noticed the beauty around her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the elusive golden retriever and the growing list of mysterious sightings. Lost in thought, she almost didn't notice the gruff-looking man sitting on a piece of driftwood, staring out at the ocean. As she drew closer, she recognized him as Tom, the ex-cop who'd reluctantly joined one of the search parties a few days ago. "Evening, Tom," Sarah called out tentatively. Tom turned, his weathered face creasing into a frown. "Oh, it's you. The bottle lady." Sarah couldn't help but chuckle at the nickname. "I suppose that's me. Mind if I join you?" Tom shrugged, which Sarah took as an invitation. She sat down on the sand next to the driftwood, hugging her knees to her chest. For a while, they sat in silence, watching the waves crash against the shore. Finally, Tom spoke, his voice rough with emotion. "You know, you're wasting your time with all this." Sarah turned to him, surprised. "What do you mean?" Tom sighed heavily. "I've seen this before. Dog goes missing, people get their hopes up, but in the end, well, let's just say it rarely ends well. You don't think we'll find Max?" Sarah asked, trying to keep the hurt out of her voice. "It's been 2 weeks," Tom replied, his tone matter of fact. "If he was out there, we would have found him by now. You're just prolonging the inevitable and getting that poor little girl's hopes up for nothing." Sarah felt a flare of anger at his words, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Is that why you stopped coming to the searches? Because you think it's hopeless?" Tom nodded, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. "I've seen too much in my years on the force. People disappear all the time. Sometimes, you just have to accept that they're gone." Sarah was silent for a moment, processing his words. Then she turned to face him fully. "Tom, can I ask you something? Why did you leave the force?" The question seemed to catch him off guard. He glanced at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he quickly looked away. That's not important." But Sarah persisted. "I think it is. Because I think it's the reason you're sitting here, telling me to give up on Max." Tom's jaw clenched, and for a moment, Sarah thought he might get up and walk away. But then his shoulders sagged, and he began to speak. It was a missing persons case. A little boy, about Lily's age. We searched for weeks, followed every lead, but we were too late. His voice cracked slightly. "After that, I just couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't face another family, give them hope when deep down I knew." He trailed off, and Sarah felt her heart ache for him. She reached out, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "Tom, I'm so sorry. That must have been awful." Tom nodded, still not meeting her eyes. "That's why I'm telling you this. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you can't change the outcome." Sarah was quiet for a moment, considering his words. Then she spoke, her voice soft but determined. "You're right, Tom. Sometimes we can't change the outcome. But that doesn't mean we stop trying." She stood up, brushing the sand from her jeans. "Maybe we won't find Max. Maybe this will end in heartbreak. But right now, that little girl still has hope. And as long as there's hope, I'm going to keep searching." Tom looked up at her, a mix of emotions playing across his face. "You really believe that, don't you?" Sarah nodded. "I do. And I think, deep down, you do too. Otherwise, why would you have joined the search in the first place?" She held out her hand to him. "Come on, Tom. Help us one more time. If not for Max, then for that little boy you couldn't save. Give hope another chance." For a long moment, Tom stared at her outstretched hand. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it, allowing Sarah to pull him to his feet. "All right," he said gruffly, but Sarah could see a glimmer of something in his eyes. Was it hope? One more search. But don't expect any miracles. Sarah smiled, feeling as though she'd just won an important victory. "That's all I'm asking for, Tom. Who knows? Maybe this time, we'll surprise you." As they walked back up the beach together, Sarah couldn't help but feel that something had shifted. Tom's cynicism had been a stark reminder of the odds they were up against, but his reluctant agreement to help had also reinforced her determination. The search for Max had become about more than just finding a lost dog. It was about restoring faith, healing old wounds, and proving that sometimes, against all odds, hope was enough to make the impossible possible. Little did Sarah know, Tom's expertise and insight would soon prove invaluable, leading them down a path that would unravel the mystery of Max's disappearance in ways none of them could have imagined. As the search for Max entered its third week, Sarah found herself poring over a map of the town, tracing the locations of reported sightings with her finger. Something about the pattern nagged at her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. A knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. It was Tom, the ex-cop, looking more alert than she'd seen him in days. "Sarah, I think I've found something," he said without preamble. She ushered him in, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Tom spread out a stack of papers on the table, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a man who'd stumbled upon a vital clue. "I've been doing some digging. Look at this." Sarah leaned in, scanning the documents. They were police reports, dating back over the past year. "These are all reports of missing dogs," Tom explained. "Not just in our town, but in the surrounding areas too." Sarah's brow furrowed. "I don't understand. What does this have to do with Max?" Tom pointed to a column on one of the reports. "Look at the breeds. Golden Retrievers, Labradors, German Shepherds, all medium to large breeds. And here's the kicker, none of them were ever found." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. "Are you saying?" "I'm saying this might be bigger than just Max," Tom finished for her. "This could be a pattern." Sarah sank into a chair, her mind reeling. "But why? Who would be taking these dogs?" Tom's face darkened. "I have a theory, but you're not going to like it." Before he could elaborate, Sarah's phone rang. It was John, Lily's father. "Sarah, we've had another sighting," John's voice crackled through the speaker. "A woman swears she saw Max near the old warehouse district on the edge of town." Sarah exchanged a glance with Tom. "We'll be right there, John. Don't do anything until we arrive." As they drove to the warehouse district, Sarah filled Tom in on the latest development. His face grew increasingly grim. "Sarah," he said slowly, "that warehouse district, it's been abandoned for years. Perfect place if someone wanted to hide something or someone." The implication hung heavy in the air between them. When they arrived, they found John and a small group of volunteers gathered near a dilapidated building. A middle-aged woman was gesticulating wildly, pointing towards a gap in the fence. "I saw him, I swear," she was saying. "A golden retriever, just like in the picture. He ran through there, into the warehouse." Tom stepped forward, his cop instincts kicking in. "Ma'am, can you tell me exactly what you saw?" As the woman recounted her story, Sarah noticed Tom's eyes narrowing, his posture tensing. "John," Sarah said quietly, pulling him aside. "There's something you need to know." She quickly explained what Tom had discovered about the other missing dogs. John's face paled. "You think someone's been stealing them? But why?" Tom joined them, his voice low and urgent. "There could be several reasons, none of them good. Dogfighting rings, illegal breeding operations, even animal testing." John looked like he might be sick. "Oh God, Lily, if she knew." "She won't," Sarah said firmly. "Not until we know for sure what's going on." Tom nodded in agreement. "We need to investigate this carefully. If there is someone behind these disappearances, we don't want to tip them off." Just then, a sound echoed from within the warehouse, a dog's bark, quickly muffled. The group froze, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "That could be Max," John whispered, hope and fear warring in his voice. Tom held up a hand, signaling for silence. "Or it could be a trap. We need to be smart about this." Sarah's mind raced. They were potentially on the brink of uncovering something much bigger and more sinister than they'd ever imagined. The search for one beloved pet had led them to the threshold of what could be a major criminal operation. "Okay," she said, taking a deep breath. "Here's what we're going to do. As Sarah outlined her plan, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing at a crossroads. Whatever they discovered in that warehouse would change everything, not just for Max and Lily, but for their entire community. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the abandoned lot. As they prepared to enter the warehouse, Sarah silently prayed that they were ready for whatever they might find inside. Little did they know, the revelations awaiting them would shake their town to its very core, unraveling a conspiracy that reached far beyond missing dogs and testing the limits of their courage and compassion. The abandoned warehouse loomed before them, its weathered exterior a silent sentinel in the fading light. Sarah, Tom, and John huddled together, their voices low as they formulated a plan. "We need to be careful," Tom warned, his ex-cop instincts on high alert. "If there really is a dogfighting ring operating here, these people could be dangerous." Sarah nodded, her heart racing. "Should we call the police?" Tom shook his head. "Not yet. We don't have enough evidence. If we're wrong, we could jeopardize the entire investigation." John, his face etched with worry, spoke up. "But what if Max is in there? We can't just leave him." "We won't," Sarah assured him. "But we need to be smart about this." "Tom, what do you suggest?" The ex-cop's eyes scanned the perimeter of the warehouse. "We'll do a reconnaissance first. Look for signs of recent activity, entry points, anything suspicious. Then we'll decide our next move." As they crept around the building, Sarah's mind whirled with the implications of what they might find. The thought of Max, or any dog, being forced to fight made her stomach churn. Suddenly, Tom held up a hand, signaling them to stop. He pointed to a side door, its padlock freshly cut. "Someone's been here recently," he whispered. They approached the door cautiously. Tom pressed his ear against it, listening intently. After a moment, he pulled back, his expression grim. "I can hear dogs inside." "Multiple dogs." John's eyes widened. "Max?" "I can't be sure," Tom replied. "But there's definitely more than one dog in there." Sarah took a deep breath, steeling herself. "We need to go in." Tom nodded, reaching for the door handle. "Stay behind me, and keep quiet." As the door creaked open, the smell hit them first, a pungent mix of animal, sweat, and fear. They found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, cages lining both sides. "Oh my God," Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. In each cage was a dog, some cowering in corners, others pacing restlessly. Golden retrievers, German shepherds, pit bulls, all breeds known for their strength and loyalty, now reduced to shadows of their former selves. John moved from cage to cage, his eyes scanning desperately for Max. "He's not here," he whispered, relief and disappointment warring in his voice. Suddenly, a noise from deeper within the warehouse made them all freeze. Voices, growing louder, were approaching. "Quick, in here," Tom hissed, ushering them into an empty storage closet. Through the crack in the door, they watched as two men walked by, deep in conversation. "The fight's tomorrow night," one was saying. "That new Golden will be the main event." "You sure he's ready?" the other asked. "He's still pretty green. Trust me, once we're done with him, he'll fight." "They always do." As the men's voices faded, Sarah felt John tense beside her. She squeezed his arm, a silent plea for him to stay quiet. Once they were sure the coast was clear, they emerged from their hiding spot. "They must be talking about Max," John said, his voice shaking with anger and fear. Tom nodded grimly. "Sounds like it. But we still don't know where they're keeping him." Sarah's mind raced. "The fight's tomorrow night. That doesn't give us much time." "We need to call the police," John insisted. "Now that we know for sure what's happening here." Tom held up a hand. "Wait. If we call them now, the ringleaders might get spooked and move everything, including Max. We need more information." Sarah looked at him, realization dawning. "You want to come back for the fight?" Tom nodded. "It's our best chance to catch them red-handed and rescue all these dogs." John shook his head vehemently. No. No way. I'm not letting my dog fight. John, Sarah said gently, I know it's hard, but Tom's right. If we move too soon, we might lose our only chance to shut this whole operation down. For a long moment, John said nothing, his fists clenched at his sides. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Fine. But I'm coming with you tomorrow night. As they made their way out of the warehouse, careful to leave everything as they found it, Sarah felt the weight of their discovery settling on her shoulders. What had started as a search for one lost dog had uncovered a sinister operation that had likely been terrorizing their community for months, if not years. Back outside, under the cover of darkness, they huddled together one last time. Tomorrow night, Tom said, his voice filled with grim determination. We end this. As they parted ways, each lost in their own thoughts, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that their real fight was just beginning. The search for Max had led them down a dark path, one that would test their courage, their convictions, and their faith in humanity. Little did they know, the events of the coming night would change their lives, and their community, forever. Sarah's discovery of the message in a bottle. Sarah's bare feet sank into the cool sand as she walked along the shoreline, lost in thought. The rhythmic crash of waves usually soothed her, but today, her mind was restless. Suddenly, something glinted in the morning sun. She knelt down, brushing away sand to reveal a green glass bottle. What's this? She murmured, turning it over in her hands. Inside, she could see a rolled-up piece of paper. Her heart quickened. A real message in a bottle? With trembling hands, she worked the cork free. The paper was slightly damp but legible. As she unrolled it, her eyes widened at the childish handwriting. Dear whoever finds this. My name is Lily. I've lost my best friend Max. He's a golden retriever with a red collar. Please help me find him. I miss him so much. Love, Lily. Sarah's heart clenched. She looked out at the vast ocean, then back at the note. Don't worry, Lily, she whispered. I'll help you find Max. Mobilizing the community, the local coffee shop, the daily grind, had become search headquarters. Sarah stood on a chair, addressing the growing crowd of volunteers. Thank you all for coming, she began. I know we're strangers, but we're united by a common goal to bring Max home to Lily. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. We need to organize search parties, create flyers, and keep the social media momentum going. Who's with me? A chorus of I am filled the room. As people divided into teams, Sarah felt a surge of hope. The community's response had exceeded her wildest expectations. The first promising lead, Sarah's phone rang. It was John, Lily's father. Sarah? A jogger thinks he saw Max near the old lighthouse. Can you meet us there? Within minutes, Sarah arrived at the lighthouse. The jogger, Tom, was gesticulating wildly. I'm telling you, it was right here. Golden retriever, red collar. It looked scared and ran off when it saw me. Sarah's heart raced. Could this be their breakthrough? Let's spread out and search the area, she announced. Remember, Max might be scared, so approach slowly if you see him. The mysterious pattern of sightings, days turned into weeks. Sarah stood before a map covered in pins, each representing a Max sighting. Something about the pattern nagged at her. Tom, the ex-cop who'd reluctantly joined the search, approached. Sarah, I've been doing some digging. These sightings, they're not random. He spread out police reports on the table. Look. Over the past year, there have been multiple reports of missing dogs in the area. All medium to large breeds. None ever found. Sarah's blood ran cold. Are you saying? Tom nodded grimly. This might be bigger than just Max. The warehouse discovery, the abandoned warehouse, loomed before them. Sarah, Tom, and John crept around its perimeter. Suddenly, Tom held up a hand. Listen, he whispered. From inside, they heard the unmistakable sound of dogs barking. "We need to go in," Sarah said, her heart pounding. As they entered, the smell hit them first, a mix of fear and desperation. Cages lined the walls, each holding a dog. John moved from cage to cage. "He's not here," he whispered, relief and disappointment warring in his voice. Suddenly, voices approached. They ducked into a storage closet, listening as two men walked by. "The fight's tomorrow night," one said. "That new Golden will be the main event." Sarah felt John tense beside her. They'd stumbled upon something far more sinister than they'd imagined. Planning the raid, back at Sarah's house, tension hung thick in the air as they debated their next move. "We need to call the police now," John insisted. Tom shook his head. "If we move too soon, they might relocate, with Max. Our best chance is to catch them during the fight." "You want to let them make Max fight?" John's voice rose in anger. Sarah stepped between them. "I know it's hard, John, but Tom's right. It's our best shot at shutting down the whole operation and saving all those dogs." After a long pause, John nodded reluctantly. "Fine. But I'm coming with you tomorrow night." The undercover operation. The next evening, Sarah, Tom, and John approached the warehouse, hearts racing. They'd alerted the police, who were standing by for their signal. "Remember the plan," Tom whispered. "We blend in, gather evidence, then signal the cops." As they entered, the sounds and smells of the dogfighting ring assaulted their senses. Men shouted bets as two dogs circled each other in a makeshift ring. Sarah felt sick but forced herself to look around, searching for Max. Suddenly, she spotted a flash of golden fur in a cage near the back. "There," she hissed to John. Max looked frightened but unharmed. Tom touched her arm. "Not yet. We need to wait for the right moment." The rescue, the announcer's voice boomed through the warehouse. "And now, our main event. The newcomer versus our reigning champion." Sarah watched in horror as they led Max towards the ring. John started forward, but Tom held him back. "Now," Tom said, pressing a button on his phone to signal the police. Chaos erupted as sirens wailed and officers stormed in. In the confusion, Sarah and John raced to Max's cage. "Max!" John called. The dog's tail wagged furiously as he recognized the voice. As John worked to open the cage, Sarah turned to see men trying to flee. Without thinking, she tackled one to the ground, holding him until an officer arrived. The aftermath. Hours later, Sarah sat on the steps of the police station, exhausted but elated. All around her, reunions were taking place as owners were called to collect their lost pets. Lily's excited squeal pierced the air as she ran towards Max, throwing her arms around the dog's neck. "You found him. You really found him." Sarah smiled, tears in her eyes. John approached, his hand extended. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." The community celebration. A week later, the town gathered in the park for a celebration. Banners proclaimed "Welcome home, Max," and "Heroes of Oakville." The mayor stepped up to a microphone. "Today, we honor not just the return of one beloved pet, but the spirit of a community that came together in a time of need." As Sarah listened to the mayor recount their adventure, she felt a tug on her sleeve. It was Lily, holding out a small package. "This is for you," the girl said shyly. Sarah unwrapped it to find a glass bottle with a message inside. She unrolled the paper to read. "Dear Sarah, thank you for being my hero and bringing Max home. You showed me that when people work together, amazing things can happen. Love, Lily." Sarah hugged Lily tightly, looking out over the crowd of neighbors who had become friends. What had started with a message in a bottle had turned into something far greater, a reminder of the power of community, compassion, and never giving up hope. The morning sun crept over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the bustling town square. It had been 2 weeks since the dramatic rescue of Max and the other dogs from the illegal fighting ring. The initial excitement had settled, but a new energy vibrated through the community. Today was the first meeting. She stood before a crowd gathered in the community center, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped the podium. Taking a deep breath, she began. "Thank you all for coming today. What started as a search." As Sarah spoke, she saw heads nodding in agreement. In the front row, Lily sat with Max at her feet, the girl's hand resting protectively on the dog's head. "Our first order of business," Sarah continued, "is to establish a network of volunteers to respond quickly to reports of lost pets. We'll also work closely with local shelters to improve adoption rates and support families who may be struggling too." Tom, the ex-cop who had become an invaluable ally, raised his hand. "I've been in touch with some of my old colleagues on the force. They're willing to provide training on how to recognize signs of animal abuse and neglect in." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. John, Lily's father, stood up next. "I work in marketing. I'd like to volunteer my services to create awareness campaigns. The more people know about these." As ideas flowed and volunteers stepped forward, Sarah felt a swell of pride. This was more than she could have ever imagined when. Suddenly, a gruff voice from the back of the room cut through the chatter. "This is all well and good, but what about enforcement? Words are nice, but they don't stop criminals." Sarah recognized the speaker as Mr. Thompson, a longtime resident known for his skepticism. She took a deep breath before responding. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Thompson. That's why we're not working alone. We've partnered with the local police department and animal control. They'll be providing resources and support to ensure that our efforts have real teeth, no pun intended." A ripple of laughter eased the tension in the room. Mr. Thompson nodded, seemingly satisfied for the moment. As the meeting continued, Sarah found herself pulled into conversations left and right. A local vet offered to provide free checkups for rescued animals. A teacher proposed an educational program for schools. Even though, hours later, as the crowd began to disperse, Sarah felt a tug on her sleeve. She looked down to see Lily, her eyes shining with excitement. "Miss Sarah," the girl said, "I want to help too. Can I be part?" Sarah knelt down to Lily's level. "Of course you can, sweetie. In fact, I have a very special job in mind for you." Lily's eyes widened. "Really? What is it?" "Well," Sarah said, smiling, "we need someone to be the voice for the animals. Someone who can tell." Lily nodded enthusiastically. "I'll do it. I'll tell everyone about Max and all the other dogs. I'll make sure no one ever forgets." As Lily ran off to tell her father about her new role, Tom approached Sarah. "You've started something big here," he said, his usual gruff demeanor softened by a hint of admiration. "This town will." Sarah nodded, looking around at the lingering groups still deep in discussion. "I just hope we can make a real difference." Tom placed a hand on her shoulder. "We already have. But this is just the beginning." As the day wound down, Sarah found herself alone in the community center, collecting. A noise at the door made her look up. It was John, holding 2 cups of coffee. "Thought you could use this," he said, handing her a cup. "It's been a long day." Sarah accepted the coffee gratefully. "Thanks. I can't quite believe all of this is really happening." John leaned against a nearby table. "You know, when Lily first lost Max, I felt." Sarah felt her cheeks warm at the praise. "We all did this. Sometimes that's all it takes," John replied. "One person willing to take that first step." As they stood there, sipping their coffee and reflecting on the day's events, Sarah felt a sense of peace settle over her. The journey. The Oakville Animal Protection League was more than just an organization. As weeks stretched into months since Max's rescue, the initial euphoria of the community began to wane. The Oakville Animal Protection League had made significant strides, but the absence of immediate crises left a palpable void. Sarah found herself grappling with a sense of restlessness, unsure of how to maintain the momentum they had built. One crisp autumn morning, Sarah sat in the daily grind, nursing a lukewarm coffee and staring at the league's latest financial report. The numbers weren't looking good. "Penny for your thoughts," a voice interrupted her reverie. It was Mike, the coffee shop owner and one of the league's most ardent supporters. Sarah sighed, pushing the papers aside. "Just trying to figure out how to keep this going, Mike. Donations are down, volunteer hours are dropping. It's like people have forgotten why we started this in the first place." Mike slid into the seat across from her, his brow furrowed in concern. "You can't expect people to maintain crisis-level engagement forever, Sarah. It's natural for things to slow down." "I know, but..." Sarah trailed off, struggling to articulate her frustration. "It feels like we're losing ground. Like all our hard work is going to waste." Just then, the bell above the door chimed. Tom, the ex-cop turned animal welfare advocate, walked in, his face grim. "We've got a problem," he announced without preamble, sliding a newspaper across the table to Sarah. The headline read, "County Budget Cuts Threaten Local Animal Shelter." Sarah's heart sank as she skimmed the article. The county was proposing significant cuts to animal control and shelter services, citing budget constraints. "This is exactly what I was afraid of," Sarah groaned. "Without consistent public pressure, things start sliding backwards." Tom nodded, his jaw set. "We need to mobilize, and fast. If these cuts go through, we'll be right back where we started, or worse." As they began brainstorming ideas, the cafe door opened again. This time, it was Lily and her father, John. The young girl's usually bright face was clouded with worry. "Miss Sarah," Lily called out, rushing over. "Did you see the news? They can't close the shelter. What about all the animals?" Sarah knelt down to Lily's level, trying to muster a reassuring smile. "We're not going to let that happen, sweetie. We're going to fight this." John approached, looking equally concerned. "What can we do to help?" For the next hour, the impromptu group huddled around the table, strategizing. Ideas flew back and forth, petitions, public demonstrations, social media campaigns. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something crucial. Suddenly, Lily piped up, her eyes bright with an idea. "What if we show them?" The adults paused, looking at the young girl curiously. "Show them what, honey?" John asked. "The animals," Lily exclaimed. "If people could see the dogs and cats that need help, maybe they'd remember why the shelter is so important." Sarah's mind raced with the possibilities. "Lily, you're a genius. We could organize an open house at the shelter, invite the whole town. Show them the faces behind the statistics." Tom nodded approvingly. "And we could invite the county officials, too. Make it harder for them to make these cuts when they've looked these animals in the eye." The energy in the group shifted palpably, a renewed sense of purpose taking hold. "I can reach out to my media contacts," John offered. "Get some positive coverage leading up to the event." Mike chimed in, "I'll sponsor refreshments." Nothing brings people together like free food. As they continued to plan, Sarah felt a weight lifting from her shoulders. This was exactly what they needed, a tangible goal to rally around, a way to reignite the community's passion for their cause. Over the next few weeks, the league threw itself into organizing the open house. Flyers appeared in shop windows, social media buzzed with promotional videos, and local radio stations ran public service announcements. The day of the event arrived, and Sarah found herself standing at the entrance to the shelter, nervously adjusting a welcome banner. As the doors opened, she held her breath, unsure of what to expect. To her amazement, people began streaming in, families, seniors, teenagers, all curious to see what the fuss was about. Volunteers led tours, introducing visitors to the animals up for adoption. In one corner, Lily had set up a storytelling station, regaling children with tales of rescue and redemption. Midway through the event, Sarah spotted the county officials arriving. She watched as they were led through the facility, their expressions shifting from polite interest to genuine concern as they saw the impact of their proposed cuts firsthand. As the day wound down, Sarah found herself back at the entrance, bidding farewell to the last of the visitors. She felt a presence beside her and turned to see Tom, a rare smile on his face. "Well," he said, "I'd say that was a success." Sarah nodded, feeling a mix of exhaustion and elation. "It was. But will it be enough?" Tom's expression grew serious. "It's a start. We reminded people why this matters. Now we need to keep that momentum going." As they stood there, watching the sun set over the parking lot, Sarah realized something important. The fight for animal welfare wasn't a sprint, it was a marathon. There would always be new challenges, new battles to fight. But as long as they could keep igniting that spark of compassion in people's hearts, they had a chance. "You know," Sarah said softly, "when I found that message in a bottle, I never imagined it would lead to all this." Tom chuckled. "Life's funny that way. Sometimes the smallest things can set off the biggest changes." As they turned to go back inside, Sarah felt a renewed sense of determination. The road ahead might be long and challenging, but with the community behind them, anything was possible. The spirit that had brought them together to save one dog had grown into something much larger, a commitment to protecting all animals, no matter how difficult the journey might be. Sarah stood on the beach, the same spot where she had found the bottle containing Lily's message months ago. The wind whipped her hair as she stared out at the vast ocean, lost in thought. So much had changed since that fateful day, yet something about this new discovery left her feeling uneasy. "Sarah," a voice called from behind her. She turned to see John jogging towards her, a folder clutched in his hand. "John, thanks for coming," Sarah said as he approached. "Did you bring the records?" He nodded, slightly out of breath. "I did. But Sarah, are you sure about this? Maybe we should just let sleeping dogs lie." Sarah shook her head firmly. "We need to know the truth, John. For Lily's sake." They sat down on a nearby bench, and John opened the folder. Inside were property records, school enrollment documents, and old newspaper clippings. According to these, John began, his voice hesitant, the house where Lily and her family lived was sold 5 years ago. The new owners have been there ever since. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine, despite the warm sun. "That can't be right. We've been to their house. We've met Lily's parents." John shrugged helplessly. "I don't know what to tell you, Sarah. The records are clear. Lily's family moved away years ago." As they pored over the documents, trying to make sense of the conflicting information, Tom approached, his face grim. "I've got more," he said without preamble. "I reached out to some old contacts in the force. There's no record of a missing dog report filed by Lily's family in the last year. In fact, there's no record of them in the system at all for the past 5 years." Sarah stood up abruptly, her mind reeling. "This doesn't make any sense. We've seen them. We've talked to them. Lily, Max, her parents, they're real." Tom placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "We're not saying they're not real, Sarah. We're just saying that something doesn't add up." As they debated what to do next, a familiar voice called out. "Miss Sarah. Mr. Tom. Dad." They turned to see Lily running towards them, Max loping along beside her. Sarah felt a wave of relief wash over her at the sight of them. They were real, flesh and blood. Whatever was going on, Lily and Max were undeniably here. "Hey, sweetheart," Sarah said, forcing a smile. "What brings you to the beach?" Lily beamed up at her. "We're celebrating. It's been exactly 1 year since Max came home." Sarah exchanged a quick glance with John and Tom. 1 year? But they had only found Max a few months ago. That's wonderful, Lily," Sarah managed. "Hey, can I ask you something? Do you remember when you wrote that message in the bottle?" Lily's brow furrowed in confusion. "Message in a bottle? What message?" Sarah felt her heart skip a beat. The message about Max being lost. The one I found here on the beach. Lily shook her head, looking increasingly perplexed. I never wrote a message in a bottle, Miss Sarah. Max was never lost. We've always been together. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. John cleared his throat. Lily, honey, why don't you take Max for a little walk while we chat with Miss Sarah for a minute? As Lily skipped away, the three adults huddled together, their voices low and urgent. What the hell is going on? Tom hissed. It's like she has no memory of the entire search. John ran a hand through his hair, clearly distressed. Could we have imagined it all? But that's impossible. The whole town was involved. Sarah shook her head, trying to make sense of it all. No, we couldn't have imagined it. The dogfighting ring, the rescue, it all happened. But something's not right with Lily and her family. As they debated theories, witness protection, elaborate hoaxes, even parallel universes, Sarah's eyes drifted back to where Lily was playing with Max in the surf. They looked so normal, so happy. Yet now, watching them, Sarah noticed something odd. The other beachgoers seemed to look right through them, as if Lily and Max weren't even there. Guys, Sarah said slowly, I think we need to consider a possibility we haven't talked about yet. Tom and John looked at her expectantly. Sarah took a deep breath. What if Lily and Max aren't? What if they're not? She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. The implications hung heavy in the air between them. John was the first to break the silence. But if that's true, then what have we been doing all these months? What was the dogfighting ring about? The community search? Tom's eyes widened with a sudden realization. The community. That's what this has all been about. Bringing people together, fighting for a cause, making the town a better place. Sarah nodded slowly, the pieces starting to fall into place. So Lily and Max, whatever they are, they were the catalyst for all of this. As they grappled with this earth-shattering possibility, Lily's laughter rang out across the beach. Sarah turned to look at her, wondering if this would be the last time she saw the little girl who had changed their lives so profoundly. What do we do now? John asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sarah squared her shoulders, a determined glint in her eye. We keep going. Whatever Lily and Max are, whatever brought them into our lives, they've sparked something real in this town. We can't let that die. As they walked back towards Lily and Max, Sarah felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite name. Fear, wonder, gratitude, and a deep sense that they had been part of something far greater than themselves. Whatever the truth was, one thing was certain, their lives, and their community, would never be the same. The revelation about Lily and Max's true nature had left Sarah, John, and Tom reeling. As they grappled with the implications, they found themselves faced with a moral dilemma, what to do with the knowledge they now possessed. Sarah paced back and forth in her living room, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. John sat on the couch, his head in his hands, while Tom leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. We can't just pretend nothing's changed, Tom said, breaking the tense silence. The whole town's been rallying around a what? A ghost? An illusion? Sarah stopped pacing and turned to face him. Does it matter what they are? Look at what we've accomplished because of them. The Animal Protection League, the new laws, the community spirit, all of that is real. John looked up, his eyes tired but resolute. Sarah's right. Whatever Lily and Max are, the change they've inspired is tangible. We can't just throw that away. Tom pushed off from the wall, frustration evident in his voice. So what? We just keep going as if everything's normal? Pretend we don't know the truth? The room fell silent as they considered the weight of his words. The sound of the doorbell cut through the tension, making them all jump. Sarah moved to answer it, her heart pounding. As she opened the door, she found herself face to face with Lily and Max. Hi, Miss Sarah. Lily chirped, her smile as bright as ever. Can Max and I come in? We have something important to tell you. Sarah hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to let them enter. As Lily and Max walked into the living room, the atmosphere shifted palpably. John and Tom exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure how to act around the pair they now knew to be something other than human. Lily, oblivious to their discomfort, settled herself on the floor, Max curling up beside her. She looked up at the adults, her eyes twinkling with an otherworldly wisdom that Sarah couldn't believe she hadn't noticed before. "You've figured it out, haven't you?" Lily asked, her voice suddenly sounding older, more mature. Sarah knelt down to Lily's level, her voice gentle. "Figured what out, sweetie?" Lily smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. "That Max and I aren't exactly what we seem. That we're different." The room fell silent, the adults exchanging shocked glances. Tom was the first to find his voice. What are you?" he asked, his usual gruffness replaced by a mix of awe and fear. Lily's form shimmered slightly, as if she were made of light rather than flesh and blood. "We're catalysts," she explained, her voice echoing with an ancient resonance. "We appear when a community needs to come together, to remember the power of compassion and unity." Max raised his head, his eyes glowing with an intelligence that was decidedly undog-like. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, filling the room. "We take different forms in different places. Sometimes we're lost children, sometimes we're stranded travelers. Here, we were a girl and her dog." Sarah felt her knees give way, and she sank to the floor beside Lily. "But why? Why go through all of this?" Lily reached out and took Sarah's hand. Despite knowing the truth, Sarah was surprised to find that Lily's touch felt warm and real. Because sometimes people forget how to come together. They forget the strength they have when they unite for a common cause. We remind them. John leaned forward, his voice filled with wonder. "So the message in the bottle, the search, the dogfighting ring, it was all orchestrated?" Max nodded his shaggy head. "The broad strokes, yes. But the details, the way you all came together, the changes you made, those were all you. We just provided the spark." Tom pushed off from the wall, his face a mix of emotions. "So what happens now? Do you just disappear?" Lily stood up, her form growing more ethereal by the moment. "Our work here is done. The community has rediscovered its heart, its ability to band together and fight for what's right. You don't need us anymore." Sarah felt tears welling up in her eyes. "But we'll forget you, won't we? Like the records showed, no one will remember you were here." Max patted over to her, nuzzling her hand gently. "The memories of us will fade, yes. But the impact we've had, the changes you've made, those will remain. The Animal Protection League, the new laws, the bonds formed between neighbors, all of that will continue long after we're gone." Lily's form was now barely more than a shimmer of light. "You've all been amazing. You took a small nudge and turned it into a movement. Remember this feeling, this unity. It's the most powerful force in the world." As Lily and Max began to fade from view, Sarah felt a surge of gratitude wash over her. "Thank you," she whispered. "For everything." The last thing they heard before Lily and Max disappeared completely was Lily's voice, echoing with warmth and pride. "No, thank you. You're the real heroes of this story." In the silence that followed, Sarah, John, and Tom looked at each other, a mix of awe and determination in their eyes. They knew that while the memory of Lily and Max might fade, the impact they'd had on their lives and their community would endure. Sarah stood up, wiping away her tears. "Well," she said, her voice strong and resolute, "we've got work to do. Those animal protection laws won't enforce themselves." John nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "And we've got that community outreach program to organize." Tom clapped his hands together, his earlier skepticism replaced by determination. "Right. Let's get to it. We've got a legacy to uphold." As they began to plan their next steps, Sarah couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. They had been part of something truly magical, something that had transformed not just their town, but their own hearts. And while Lily and Max might be gone, the spirit they had awakened would live on, a testament to the enduring power of compassion, community, and the unbreakable bonds between humans and animals. The years passed, and Oakville transformed. The Animal Protection League, born from the mysterious adventure with Lily and Max, had become a cornerstone of the community. While the details of its origins had faded from memory, the spirit of compassion and unity it embodied remained stronger than ever. Sarah, now in her mid-40s, stood at the podium in the town square, addressing a crowd gathered for the League's 10th anniversary celebration. Her hair had a few streaks of gray, but her eyes still sparkled with the same determination they had a decade ago. 10 years ago, this town came together in a way we never had before, Sarah began, her voice carrying across the square. We discovered a strength we didn't know we had, a capacity for kindness that has changed not just the lives of countless animals, but our own lives as well. As she spoke, Sarah's gaze swept over the familiar faces in the crowd. There was Tom, the ex-cop turned full-time animal welfare advocate, his gruff exterior softened by years of working with rescue dogs. John stood near the front, his daughter Lily, a different Lily, now a teenager, by his side. Even Mr. Thompson, once the town skeptic, sat in his wheelchair near the stage, a therapy cat curled up in his lap. We've accomplished so much, Sarah continued. Our no-kill shelter policy, the establishment of the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, the school programs teaching empathy and responsible pet ownership. But our work is far from over. Just as Sarah was about to introduce the next speaker, a commotion at the back of the crowd caught her attention. A young boy, no more than 7 or 8, was pushing his way through the assembled townspeople, a small puppy cradled in his arms. Miss Sarah, the boy called out, his voice tinged with panic. You gotta help. The crowd parted, allowing the boy to reach the stage. Sarah knelt down to his level, concern etched on her face. What's wrong, sweetie? What happened? The boy held out the puppy, which was whimpering softly. I found him in the old Anderson factory. He's hurt, and there's more like him there. You gotta save them. A murmur ran through the crowd. The old Anderson factory had been abandoned for years, a relic of the town's industrial past that had resisted all attempts at redevelopment. Sarah gently took the puppy, examining it with practiced hands. It's okay, we'll help him, she reassured the boy. Then, turning to the crowd, she raised her voice. Folks, it looks like we have a situation. Who's ready to help? Without hesitation, dozens of hands shot up. Tom was already on his phone, calling in the League's emergency response team. John stepped forward, organizing volunteers into search parties. As the square buzzed with activity, Sarah felt a familiar surge of emotion. This was what it was all about, the community coming together, ready to help at a moment's notice. Within an hour, a full-scale rescue operation was underway at the old factory. Sarah, leading one of the search teams, pushed open a rusty door, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. Hello, she called out. Any puppies in here? A faint whimper answered her. Following the sound, Sarah and her team discovered a litter of puppies huddled in a corner, their mother standing guard despite her own visible injuries. As they worked to safely extract the dogs, Sarah overheard 2 younger volunteers talking. Man, this is just like that story my grandma used to tell, one said. About the little girl and her dog that got the whole town to come together. The other volunteer chuckled. Yeah, I've heard that one too. Sounds like a fairy tale if you ask me. Sarah smiled to herself, a wave of déjà vu washing over her. For a moment, she could almost see a shimmering image of a young girl and her dog, watching the rescue with approval. Shaking off the strange feeling, Sarah refocused on the task at hand. All right, team, she called out. Let's get these little ones to safety. As the day wore on, more and more puppies and adult dogs were discovered throughout the sprawling factory complex. The entire town seemed to mobilize, veterinarians offering their services, local businesses donating supplies, families lining up to foster the rescued animals. By nightfall, as the last of the dogs were being loaded into transport vans, Sarah found herself standing at the edge of the factory property with Tom and John. "You know," Tom mused, his voice gruff with emotion, "days like today make me think about how this all started. Can't quite remember the details, but..." John nodded, a faraway look in his eyes. "I know what you mean. It's like there was something, or someone, that brought us all together in the first place." Sarah gazed out at the bustling volunteers, the wagging tails, the smiling faces. "Whatever it was," she said softly, "I'm grateful. Look at what we've built, what we've become." As if in response to her words, a warm breeze swept through the area, carrying with it the faintest echo of a child's laughter and a dog's bark. The three friends looked at each other, a shared moment of wonder passing between them. "Well," Sarah said, squaring her shoulders, "we've got a lot of work ahead of us. These puppies need homes, and I think it's high time we did something about that old factory." Tom grinned, already pulling out his phone. "I'll start making calls. We could turn this place into a proper animal sanctuary." John chimed in, "And I'll reach out to the schools. This is a perfect opportunity to teach the kids about animal welfare and community service." As they walked back towards the rescue vehicles, Sarah felt a profound sense of pride and purpose. The spirit that had been kindled all those years ago, whether by a real little girl and her dog or something more mysterious, was alive and well in Oakville. The adventure that had begun with a message in a bottle had evolved into something far greater than Sarah could have ever imagined. It had become a legacy of compassion, a testament to the enduring power of community, and a beacon of hope for animals and humans alike. And as long as there were people willing to come together and fight for what was right, that legacy would continue to thrive, touching lives and changing the world, one small act of kindness at a time. The Oakville Animal Protection League had become a model for communities across the country. As its 20th anniversary approached, Sarah found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this point. The league had grown beyond her wildest dreams, but with that growth came new challenges and responsibilities. One crisp autumn morning, Sarah sat in her office, surrounded by photos documenting 2 decades of animal rescue work. A knock on the door interrupted her reverie. "Come in," she called out. Tom entered, his once dark hair now completely gray, but his eyes still sharp as ever. "Sarah, we've got a situation." Sarah leaned forward, instantly alert. "What's going on?" Tom handed her a tablet displaying a news article. "Remember that big pharmaceutical company that wanted to set up a research facility just outside town?" Sarah nodded, scanning the article. Her eyes widened as she read. "They're planning animal testing? But that goes against everything we've worked for." "Exactly," Tom growled. "And they're trying to push it through quietly, hoping no one will notice until it's too late." Sarah stood up, determination etched on her face. "Well, they picked the wrong town to mess with. Call an emergency meeting. We need to mobilize." Hours later, the league's headquarters buzzed with activity. Volunteers of all ages gathered in the main hall, the air thick with concern and resolve. Sarah took the podium, her voice steady as she addressed the crowd. "Friends, we face a challenge unlike any we've encountered before. This isn't a case of neglect or accidental cruelty. This is a deliberate choice to inflict suffering on animals in the name of profit." A murmur of anger rippled through the audience. "But," Sarah continued, "we have something they don't. We have 2 decades of experience, a network that spans the entire region, and most importantly, we have each other." John, now in his 60s but still as passionate as ever, stood up. "What's the plan, Sarah? How do we fight this?" Sarah smiled, a glint of determination in her eye. "We fight it on every front. Legal, political, public opinion, we use every tool at our disposal." The meeting evolved into a strategy session. Teams were formed, each focusing on a different aspect of the campaign. As Sarah watched the volunteers dive into their tasks, she felt a familiar warmth in her chest. This was the spirit that had built the league, the same energy that had once rallied the town to search for a lost dog. As the weeks passed, the campaign against the pharmaceutical company's animal testing plans gained momentum. The league organized protests, lobbied local politicians, and launched a media blitz to educate the public about the realities of animal testing. One evening, as Sarah was preparing for a televised debate with a representative from the pharmaceutical company, she received an unexpected visitor. It was Lily, John's daughter, now a young woman in her late 20s. "Miss Sarah," Lily said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Sarah smiled warmly. "Of course, Lily. What's on your mind?" Lily took a deep breath. "I've been offered a job with the pharmaceutical company we're fighting against." Sarah's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Oh?" "It's a great opportunity," Lily continued, her words tumbling out. "The salary is amazing, and the work is cutting edge. But I can't stop thinking about what you've taught me all these years. About standing up for those who can't speak for themselves." Sarah listened carefully, her heart swelling with pride. When Lily finished, Sarah took her hands gently. "Lily," she said softly, "I can't tell you what to do. This is a decision you have to make for yourself. But let me ask you this, when you imagine yourself in 5 years, 10 years, what kind of person do you want to be? What kind of world do you want to live in?" Lily's eyes welled up with tears. "I want to be someone who makes a difference. Someone who fights for what's right, even when it's hard." Sarah nodded, smiling. "Then I think you already know what you need to do." The next day, as Sarah prepared to go on stage for the debate, she was surprised to see Lily walking towards her, determination written across her face. "Miss Sarah," Lily said, her voice strong and clear, "I turned down the job. And I want to speak at the debate. I want to tell everyone why I chose not to be part of what they're doing." Sarah felt a lump form in her throat. "Lily, are you sure? This could affect your future career prospects." Lily nodded firmly. "I'm sure. You always say that one voice can make a difference. Well, this is me, using my voice." As they walked on stage together, Sarah felt a sense of déjà vu. For a moment, she could almost see a shimmering image of a young girl and her dog, watching from the wings with approval. The debate was intense, with the pharmaceutical representative arguing for the necessity of animal testing in medical research. But when Lily took the microphone, her passionate speech about ethics, compassion, and the need to find alternatives to animal testing resonated deeply with the audience. In the days that followed, public opinion began to shift. More and more people joined the league's cause, and pressure mounted on local officials to block the pharmaceutical company's plans. Finally, after months of campaigning, Sarah received the news they'd all been hoping for. The company had decided to relocate their research facility to another state, citing community incompatibility as the reason. As Sarah shared the news with the league members, the headquarters erupted in cheers and tears of joy. Amidst the celebration, Sarah found herself standing with Tom, John, and Lily. "You know," Tom said, his gruff voice tinged with emotion, "I keep thinking about how all this started. Can't quite remember the details, but it feels like we've come full circle somehow." John nodded, putting an arm around his daughter. "Whatever it was that brought us together all those years ago, I'm grateful. Look at what we've built, what we've become." Sarah gazed around the room, at the faces young and old, all united in their commitment to protecting animals. She thought about the mysterious little girl and her dog that had started it all, and the legacy they had inspired. "We've come a long way," Sarah said softly, "but our journey is far from over. As long as there are animals in need, as long as there are injustices to fight, we'll be here. Together." As if in response to her words, a warm breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the faintest echo of a child's laughter and a dog's bark. The four friends looked at each other, a shared moment of wonder passing between them. In that moment, Sarah knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, the spirit that had been kindled in Oakville 2 decades ago would continue to burn bright, inspiring new generations to stand up, speak out, and fight for a world where all creatures, great and small, were treated with kindness and respect. As the Oakville Animal Protection League celebrated its 30th anniversary, Sarah found herself standing on the edge of a new frontier. The organization had grown beyond her wildest dreams, but with that growth came the realization that it was time for a change in leadership. At 75, Sarah knew it was time to pass the torch to the next generation. The league's headquarters buzzed with excitement as members gathered for the anniversary gala. Amidst the chatter and laughter, Sarah made her way to the podium, tapping the microphone gently to get everyone's attention. "Friends, colleagues, fellow animal lovers," she began, her voice still strong despite the years. 30 years ago, we embarked on a journey that began with a simple act of kindness. Today, we stand as a beacon of hope for animals across the country. But as we celebrate our past, we must also look to the future. A hush fell over the crowd as they sensed the weight of Sarah's words. "It is with a heart full of gratitude and hope that I announce my retirement as the leader of this wonderful organization." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. Tom, now in his 80s but still a force to be reckoned with, called out, "But Sarah, who could possibly fill your shoes?" Sarah smiled, her eyes twinkling. "I'm glad you asked, Tom. I'd like to introduce you to the future of the Oakville Animal Protection League." She gestured to a young woman standing off to the side. "Please welcome Dr. Maya Chen, our new executive director." Maya stepped forward, her face a mix of excitement and nervousness. At 32, she was young, but her resume was impressive, a veterinarian with a PhD in animal behavior and years of experience in wildlife conservation. "Thank you, Sarah," Maya said, taking the microphone. "I am honored and humbled to be entrusted with this responsibility. I promise to uphold the values that have made this organization great, while also pushing us to new heights." As Maya outlined her vision for the league's future, Sarah watched the crowd's reaction. She saw nods of approval, but also a few furrowed brows. Change was never easy, especially for an organization with such deep roots in the community. After the speeches, as people mingled and chatted, Sarah overheard snippets of conversation. "I don't know about this," one longtime volunteer muttered. "She's so young. Does she really understand what we're about?" Another member chimed in, "But did you hear her ideas about using AI to track wildlife populations? That could be a game changer." Sarah smiled to herself. The mix of excitement and apprehension reminded her of the early days of the league when every new initiative was met with a blend of hope and skepticism. Later that evening, as the party wound down, Sarah found herself sitting with Tom, John, and Lily in a quiet corner of the room. "Well, old friend," Tom said, his gruff voice softened by emotion, "end of an era, eh?" Sarah shook her head, smiling. "Not an end, Tom. A new beginning." John leaned forward, his face thoughtful. "You know, I keep thinking about how all this started. There was someone, that brought us all together. A little girl and her dog, wasn't it?" Lily, now a respected environmental lawyer, furrowed her brow. "I've heard that story, but I always thought it was just a legend. Did that really happen?" Sarah felt a familiar warmth in her chest, a sensation she'd come to associate with those hazy memories of the league's mysterious origins. "You know, I'm not sure anymore. But whatever it was, it sparked something incredible." As they reminisced, Maya approached their table, a look of determination on her face. "Sarah, I was hoping I could talk to you about some of my ideas. I know they might seem radical, but I really believe they could take our work to the next level." Sarah gestured for Maya to join them. "Of course, dear. What's on your mind?" Maya launched into an explanation of her plans, a global network of animal sanctuaries, virtual reality experiences to foster empathy for wildlife, partnerships with tech companies to develop cruelty-free alternatives for medical research. As she spoke, Sarah saw the same fire in Maya's eyes that she'd seen in her own reflection all those years ago. She glanced at her old friends, seeing a mix of wonder and nostalgia on their faces. When Maya finished, slightly out of breath from her enthusiastic pitch, there was a moment of silence. Then Tom chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "Sounds like the spirit of that little girl and her dog is alive and well." Maya looked confused. I'm sorry, what little girl? Sarah reached out and patted Maya's hand. Just an old story, dear. But Tom's right, you've captured the essence of what we've always been about. Taking a spark of compassion and turning it into a blazing fire of change. John raised his glass in a toast. To the past that inspired us, the present that challenges us, and the future that will amaze us. As they clinked their glasses together, Sarah felt a familiar breeze sweep through the room, carrying with it the faintest echo of a child's laughter and a dog's bark. She looked around, wondering if anyone else had noticed, but they were all engaged in conversation. In that moment, Sarah knew that while her time as leader of the League was ending, the true spirit of what they had built would live on. It would evolve, grow, and adapt, just as it had done for the past 30 years. And somewhere, somehow, she felt certain that a little girl and her dog were watching, proud of what their simple act of love had set in motion. As the night drew to a close and people began to leave, Sarah found herself alone on the balcony, looking out over the town that had been transformed by 3 decades of compassion and dedication. She smiled, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. Well, she whispered to the night air, I think they'll be just fine without me. But I'll always be watching, just in case they need a little nudge now and then. And as if in response, a star twinkled brightly in the sky, a silent reminder that some stories never truly end, they just begin new chapters. 5 years into Dr. Maya Chen's leadership, the Oakville Animal Protection League faced its greatest challenge yet. A devastating wildfire had swept through the nearby national forest, leaving countless animals injured, displaced, and in desperate need of help. The League's resources were stretched to the breaking point as they worked tirelessly to rescue and rehabilitate the affected wildlife. One scorching afternoon, Maya stood at the edge of the rescue camp, surveying the organized chaos around her. Volunteers scurried back and forth, carrying supplies and tending to injured animals. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burnt vegetation. Dr. Chen, a voice called out. Maya turned to see Zoe, one of the younger volunteers, running towards her, a look of urgency on her face. We've just got word of a group of trapped animals near the old ridge. The fire's closing in fast. Maya's mind raced, weighing the risks against the potential lives saved. All right, gather a team. We'll take the off-road vehicles. But we need to move quickly. As they prepared for the rescue mission, Sarah, now 80 but still sharp as ever, approached Maya. I'm coming with you, she said, her voice firm. Maya shook her head. Sarah, it's too dangerous. The smoke alone. I may be old, but I'm not useless, Sarah interrupted. Besides, I know that ridge better than anyone. You'll need my guidance. Recognizing the determination in Sarah's eyes, Maya nodded. All right, but you stay in the vehicle. Deal? Sarah smiled. Deal. As their convoy of rescue vehicles made its way into the smoldering forest, Maya couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and trepidation. The landscape was apocalyptic, charred trees, ash-covered ground, and an eerie orange glow on the horizon where the fire still raged. How did you do this for so many years, Sarah? Maya asked, her voice barely audible over the rumble of the engine. The pressure, the constant emergencies. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, but a small smile played on her lips. You know, there was a time when I asked myself the same question. But then I remembered why we started this in the first place. It was never about us, it was about them. She gestured to a group of deer they passed, looking disoriented and afraid. As they neared the ridge, the smoke thickened, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. Suddenly, Sarah's hand shot out, pointing to a barely visible path. There! That's the old logging road. It'll lead us right to where those animals are likely trapped. Maya signaled the other vehicles to follow as they turned onto the narrow path. The going was rough, with fallen trees and debris forcing them to move at a crawl. Wait, stop! Sarah called out. Maya slammed on the brakes, peering through the smoke. There, huddled against a rock face, was a group of animals, a mix of raccoons, a couple of foxes, and even a young bear cub. They're trapped, Maya breathed. The fire's coming from both sides. Without hesitation, Maya jumped out of the vehicle, pulling on her protective gear. Zoe, get the transport cages ready. Everyone else, with me. We need to work fast. As the team sprang into action, Sarah watched from the vehicle, her heart pounding. She saw Maya approach the terrified animals with a calm, assured presence that reminded her so much of herself in younger days. The rescue was challenging. The smoke made it hard to breathe, and the animals were understandably scared and resistant. But slowly, methodically, the team managed to secure each animal and load them into the transport cages. Just as they were securing the last animal, the bear cub, a loud crack echoed through the air. A burning tree was falling, heading straight for Maya and the cub. Maya, look out! Sarah's voice cut through the chaos. In a split-second decision, Maya shielded the cage with her body. The tree crashed down, its flaming branches missing Maya by inches. As the team rushed to clear the debris and get Maya and the cub to safety, Sarah felt a familiar sensation, a warm breeze that seemed to come from nowhere, carrying with it the faintest echo of a child's laughter and a dog's bark. Hours later, back at the rescue camp, Maya sat on a cot, being treated for minor burns and smoke inhalation. Sarah approached, handing her a bottle of water. That was quite something you did back there, Sarah said, her voice filled with pride. Maya looked up, her face smudged with soot but her eyes bright. I just did what needed to be done. What you would have done. Sarah sat down beside her, shaking her head with a smile. You know, I've been wondering if I made the right choice, stepping down when I did. But watching you today, I know the League is in the right hands. Maya's eyes welled up with tears. I couldn't have done any of this without the foundation you built, Sarah. Sometimes I feel like I'm trying to live up to a legend. Sarah laughed softly. Oh, my dear. You're not living up to a legend. You're creating your own. As they sat there, surrounded by the buzz of the rescue camp, Sarah felt that familiar warmth in her chest. She looked out at the volunteers tending to the rescued animals, at the determination and compassion on every face, and she knew that the spirit that had started it all, a little girl's love for her dog, was alive and well. You know, Sarah said, her voice distant as if lost in memory, there's an old story about how the League began. About a message in a bottle and a lost dog that brought an entire town together. Maya nodded. I've heard whispers of it. Is it true? Sarah smiled enigmatically. True or not, it reminds us of something important. That the biggest changes often start with the smallest acts of kindness. That's what you did today, Maya. And that's what the League will keep doing, long after both of us are gone. As night fell and the glow of the distant fire painted the sky orange, Sarah and Maya sat in companionable silence, watching over the rescued animals. The challenge was far from over, but in that moment, they both felt a sense of hope and purpose that transcended the immediate crisis. The legacy of the little girl and her dog lived on, not just in memory, but in every act of compassion, every life saved, and every heart touched by the work of the Oakville Animal Protection League. And as long as there were people willing to stand up for those who couldn't speak for themselves, that legacy would continue to shape the world, one small act of kindness at a time. As the Oakville Animal Protection League celebrated its 50th anniversary, the world had changed in ways that Sarah and the original founders could never have imagined. Climate change had reshaped ecosystems, technology had transformed the way humans interacted with animals, and the very concept of animal rights had evolved dramatically. The League's headquarters, now a sprawling complex on the outskirts of town, hummed with activity as preparations for the anniversary gala were underway. Holographic displays showcased the organization's history, while AI-powered translators allowed rescued animals to communicate their stories to visitors. Amidst the futuristic marvels, 95-year-old Sarah made her way through the crowd, her hoverchair gliding smoothly alongside her great-granddaughter, Lily, named after the mysterious girl from the League's origin story. It's incredible, isn't it? Lily said, her eyes wide with wonder. To think that all of this started with a message in a bottle and a lost dog. Sarah smiled, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of nostalgia and mischief. "Oh, if only you knew the half of it, my dear." As they approached the main stage, they were greeted by Dr. Maya Chen, now in her 70s but still as passionate as ever. "Sarah, I'm so glad you could make it. Are you ready for your speech?" Sarah nodded, patting Maya's hand. "As ready as I'll ever be. Though I must say, all these newfangled gadgets make me feel a bit out of place." Maya chuckled. "Don't let them fool you. The heart of what we do is still the same as it was 50 years ago." As Sarah took her place on the stage, the crowd fell silent. Holographic images of animals rescued over the years floated around her, a testament to half a century of dedication and compassion. "Friends, animal lovers, fellow guardians of this precious planet," Sarah began, her voice amplified by unseen technology. 50 years ago, a little girl's love for her dog set in motion a chain of events that would change our town, and eventually, the world. As Sarah recounted the League's history, weaving together tales of rescues, legal battles, and scientific breakthroughs, the audience listened in rapt attention. Even the youngest members, born into a world where animal rights were taken for granted, found themselves moved by the struggles and triumphs of the past. "But our work is far from over," Sarah continued, her voice growing stronger. "As we face the challenges of our changing world, we must adapt and evolve, just as we've always done. The animals we seek to protect are facing threats we could never have imagined 50 years ago." She gestured to a holographic display showing the devastation of habitat loss and the effects of climate change on wildlife populations. "Our mission now extends beyond rescue and rehabilitation. We must become guardians of entire ecosystems, advocates for a planet that can sustain all life." As Sarah concluded her speech, the crowd erupted in applause. But amidst the celebration, a commotion near the back of the room caught everyone's attention. A young activist, barely out of her teens, had managed to bypass security. She stood on a chair, her voice ringing out clear and passionate. "But what about the animals we can't see? The ones suffering in parallel universes, in virtual realities? Don't they deserve our protection too?" The room fell silent, the audience unsure how to react to this unexpected interruption. Sarah, however, smiled broadly. "Young lady," she called out, "would you mind joining me up here?" As the surprised activist made her way to the stage, Sarah turned to the audience. "This, my friends, is exactly the kind of thinking we need. The kind of compassion that knows no bounds, that challenges us to expand our understanding of what it means to protect all creatures." The young activist, now standing beside Sarah, looked both awed and slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just feel so strongly about this." Sarah took the girl's hand. "Never apologize for speaking up for those who can't speak for themselves. What's your name, dear?" "Max," the girl replied. After the dog in the story, a ripple of recognition passed through the older members of the audience. Sarah's eyes widened, a strange mix of emotions playing across her face. "Well, Max, I think you and I need to have a chat after this. I have a feeling you're going to play a big role in the League's future." As the gala continued, Sarah found herself deep in conversation with Max, Maya, and Lily. The four of them represented a perfect bridge between the League's past, present, and future. "So, you believe that animals in virtual realities suffer real pain?" Maya asked, her scientific curiosity piqued. Max nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. And not just in VR. There are theories about parallel universes where animals might be experiencing unimaginable cruelty. If we have the technology to reach them, don't we have an obligation to help?" Lily chimed in, "But how would we even begin to approach something like that? It sounds like science fiction." Sarah listened to the discussion, a knowing smile playing on her lips. As the debate grew more animated, she felt a familiar warmth in her chest and a gentle breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. "You know," Sarah interrupted softly, "there's something I've never told anyone about the day I found that message in a bottle." The others fell silent, leaning in to hear Sarah's words. When I picked up that bottle, just for a moment, I saw something. A shimmering in the air, like a window opening to another world. And I could have sworn I saw a little girl and her dog watching me. They looked different. Not quite real, but not quite imaginary either. Max's eyes widened. "You mean?" Sarah nodded. "I've often wondered if our little Lily and Max weren't from this world at all. If maybe they were sent here to teach us something, to set us on this path." As the implications of Sarah's words sank in, a sense of wonder and possibility filled the air. The league that had started with a simple act of kindness for a lost dog had grown into something that transcended time, space, and even reality itself. Maya stood up, her face set with determination. "Well, I think it's clear what our next challenge is. We need to expand our definition of animal protection to include all realities, all dimensions." Lily nodded in agreement. "It's a big task, but if the last 50 years have taught us anything, it's that no act of compassion is too small to make a difference." As the four of them, Sarah, Maya, Lily, and Max, stood together, symbolizing the past, present, and future of the Oakville Animal Protection League, they felt a sense of purpose that went beyond anything they had experienced before. The legacy of a little girl and her dog, whether real or interdimensional, continued to shape their mission. And as they looked to the future, they knew that the spirit of compassion that had started it all would guide them into new frontiers of animal protection, across realities, and beyond the limits of imagination. The Oakville Animal Protection League, born from a simple act of love, was poised to become a force for compassion across the multiverse. And somewhere, in some reality, a little girl and her dog were surely smiling, knowing that their small act of kindness had set in motion a wave of change that would ripple across dimensions for generations to come.